So I share the market's concern.
Oh my God. And he is dumb as a sack of hair. Speaking of which, Christy Nome, can we have a girl talk, Jody? What is going on with cosplay Barbie? Homeland Security Barbie. Did you see? She looks so ridiculous. She had a giant cowboy hat on inside. I Meet the Press. And then, what is it our friend Heather Thomas said? She got like, I don't know, $6 billion worth of, college and Botox hair extensions, put on an ice vest to go arrest your maid on TV. I mean, she's in a different costume every day.
Yeah.
She's like you with your Bob Mackie. Is Bob Mackie styling her, do we think?
No, he wouldn't dare.
To the moon. And also, we've asked officially Rocky Mountain Mike for a round in
Around tariffs back help spark.
We have to stop saying mainstream media. We're it.
Yep.
We're it. All the truth tellers, you, Bob, Seska, all of the people in this whole universe, all our social media friends, YouTube friends. Ahmed Baba said, I think we're all being too hard on Tariff Man. Who hasn't briefly tanked global markets while he tried to create the false appearance that we brokered new deals that were already in existence? It's a totally sane thing to do. I mean, 10,000 troops is the deal that Biden got. It's the exact deal Biden got with Mexico and Russia. Hold, please, everyone. Yeah, everyone was on this yesterday. Anonymous said Mexico out-negotiated Trump. Mexico gets to do a troop rotation or add additional troops to the already existing 10 to 20,000 troops at the border. Trump caved and lifted the tariffs and is doing a victory lap for accomplishing checks notes, securing Mexican defense against the U.S. Lincoln Project was all over this. Oh, dear God. Oh, look, I found my original soundbite list.
There
everyone.
it is.
Yeah, there it is. Nobody helped me. I got it.
Nobody did help you.
Actually, no.
Do you
She
need
did
that
get
now?
some help. There was some help.
Oh, thank you, Bella. Is that do you need
From Badass Bella.
Yeah, here, Bella, you can have that back. Grandma lost it. It was up my ass where I thought it was.
Better clean it off.
All
Do you have any baby wipes?
Listen, I'll get to all of it. Anyway, yeah, it's exactly like what you think. He is just a ridiculous buffoon, and that's, Jody, how we take our power back. That's why humor is so important. He is a ridiculous buffoon. Thank you. See, I got seconded. Bonnie and Clyde said yes. Thank you.
Good girl.
Yeah, that's their way of saying preach, Mama. Okay.
Is it?
Yeah. It was Bonnie barking.
Yeah, we have a big show. Not only is Jody back on the show, hooray! But Frank Figluzzi, we have Charlie Pierce, and we have Robin Abkarian of the LA Times, our old friend, who she's ready to. Ha, Jody, you have to be on camera now, and there's nothing you can do about it. It is the
I can hide.
Stephanie Miller Show.
Right about here.
Jody would never put herself on camera. Ha. Give her Norma Desmond close up all morning, Chris.
I don't have that much control.
No?
Actually, you kind of do. I just haven't taught you.
Well, no.
You conniving biatch.
We have static cameras.
We do.
I just reset the phones and Chris said, oh, maybe just no one likes you. I don't know how I'm going to survive. Clyde and I are going to survive our self-esteem.
I don't know
this
either.
Around
And you reset the phones, and there was nobody there.
Yeah, it's like back in the old days when we had answering machines, right? It was better before answering machines. You're like, I bet a lot of people called me and I'm wildly popular. I just wasn't here. But then we got answering machines. You're like, and that little big zero would bleep at you like, loser, zero. Zero calls, you got zero.
Bella's like, what's an answering machine?
She knows. She watched Sex in the City.
Yeah. They're always
right? She would
calling
always
their
erase
answering
big messages on the
Yeah,
machine.
she would.
Yeah.
All right.
Conniving.
She actually probably knows how to use a landline phone, too.
Do
I
you?
do.
Okay.
Atta girl.
More love is rolling in. Chris, who said
Uh-oh.
of Elon Musk, incel troop of dude bros, go feel the touch of a woman? Who said that?
Bella!
Yeah. You're not supposed. No, you're supposed to get it wrong. Yes. Oh my God, Calamity Jane. Bella's already getting quoted on social media.
I love it.
Calamity Jane said, "Badass Bella on the Stephanie Miller Show of Elon Musk, incel troop of dude bros. Go feel a touch of a woman." And she knows dude bros because they're like 20 and they have your social security number.
I know.
They suck. They're the worst. I went to school with all of them, and they can't be trusted. And they're virgins.
This is the perspective that we were missing on the Stephanie Miller Show. It's someone who's actually dated Dude bros. Tech dude bros.
Ugh.
Yes, Jenny says Bella is hilarious and wonderful. Don't screw this up. Keep her at all costs.
Yeah, no kidding, Stephanie.
Jody, what is the implication that I am going to screw this up and that someone will leave me? What is the... I don't understand. We love her. Yes, we love her too. Bella, don't listen to
How many people have left you?
All of
Well,
them?
who came crawling back from outer space? From Palm Springs with that look upon your face. I should have made you what? Change the lock. I should have
You almost have it.
the key.
You're so
something.
close.
If I'd known you'd be back to loving me. So go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now.
You asked me to come back.
No, you asked for it. You always rewrite. This is
No.
what's happening in the Trump administration. He's trying to rewrite history. No, he needed a job, and I created a job for you that didn't even exist because I love you so much, you bastard person. Okay, let's move on.
That's not how it went.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Bella, don't listen to mom and dad when they fight.
Mom and Dad are fighting again.
She wants us to know that mom and dad are going to crash into a heartbreak together, and then she's going to be an orphan.
See?
All right.
FSTV is partnering with Means TV to bring you Means Morning News Bites. Host Sam Sachs delivers anti-capitalist news and analysis. Tune in for working class news, cutting through corporate noise every Wednesday and Thursday at 4 p.m. and 4:40 p.m.
Former G-Man,
FBI.
Frank Flaguzzi, joins us now.
In color.
Frank Figluzzi, the former FBI Assistant Director for Counterintelligence.
Oh, my God. I need my favorite G-Man. Author of the bestseller, FBI Way, Inside the Bureau's Code of Excellence.
The FBI in your fought against crime.
Think of every FBI agent as handsome and fantastic as Frank Flaguzzi. Oh, hi, Frank. I saw you on, as I call her, My Nicole Wallace yesterday, and you used those words, national security crisis. We just played Senator Murphy saying constitutional crisis. I mean, I said yesterday, I would say we're underreacting, not overreacting to what is going on. I mean, I always say you just see on the TV, you don't have to have the sound up to know something bad has happened when you're on. So just let's talk can we just talk about what Senator Murphy, because to me, of all the stuff going on, this Elon Musk stuff is really terrifying. It's a coup. I mean, it is him seizing Treasury and all of our Social Security numbers and God knows what else. And I don't know if you saw this exchange yesterday. I just wanted to get your take on this before we move on to FBI stuff. The what do you call it? White House spokesperson said, so now they've named Elon Musk special. What are they calling it? Special government employee. I don't know if he gets.
What does that?
Does he get Herschel Walker's badge, like fake badge? She said, as for his security clearance, I'm not sure, but I can check back with you. So asked whether she knew if anyone on Musk's team, these 20-year-old dude bros, have they received a security clearance? She said, oh, I don't know, but again, I'll check on that for you. I mean, Frank, how did we get here? That they were able to access all of this secure information.
So we got here in what appears to be an amazingly rapid period of time, but slowly but surely, this idea of an oligarchy has been happening really beyond our notice for years. And you're right about the feeling that we should be doing something more drastic. I'm finding that even with me, I'm laser focused on what my own biases and concerns are. The FBI, obviously, national security, yes, but what's happening is we're losing the bigger picture writ large, which is we've got a man from another country who's come in here and taken over our government with no official capacity other than this so-called special employee. And we think we've all known that Elon Musk is special. Very, very special.
Can I say how much email we get going? Frank is really funny on your show.
Look, this is the playbook for a dictatorship. This is you don't have to look any farther than Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi in China to realize you control the media. And look, he's got social media wrapped up with the millions of dollars that have been paid to him by folks like Zuckerberg and Bezos and Cook. Then you control the intelligence services. And he's named his guy Ratcliffe at CIA. Now we're headed toward Kash Patel, Pam Bondi. This is Hegseth controls DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. So he's wrapped up intelligence. He's going to attack the mainstream media. He's told us he's going to do it. He's doing it. And we are in the throes of a coup that it will be bloodless.
Can I just say, I said one last on the Elon Musk story before we move on, how ridiculous we've gotten. Last month, a CNN guest argued that Musk shouldn't need a background check to work in government because, quote, he's gotten us into space and gotten us to the moon.
What?
Okay, first of all, Neil Armstrong would like a word. Elon Musk didn't get us to the moon. And also, I don't know how many of his rockets, what does JoJo call them? Exploding Nazi penis rockets?
Right.
I'm like, oh my God, Frank, this is where, just no rules for them. Different set of rules. Nobody needs we don't need no stinking badges here. Don't need security clearances.
If a government employee blew things up as regularly as Elon, they would get fired.
Yes.
But now we've got the guy who blows things up trying to blow
heading out
up
the door
the
for Glendale,
he just destroyed
Pasadena,
Twitter, and
over
he's
into Irvine.
doing
You
it
have
to,
some
the
fog there
United
too,
States is
52
next.
degrees.
I mean, let's talk about...
Not really...
So the FBI, this has started Friday. This is way beyond the Friday night massacre, right? At the DOJ and the FBI. FBI agents who investigated Trump were fired by the Bureau on Friday, were escorted out, not just fired, Frank, escorted out of the Washington field office, the so-called purge of rank and file agents and the heads of 20 field office announced earlier in the day. Also on the chopping block, agents reportedly involved in investigating Trump's classified documents case. Again, Frank, as you, many others have said on TV, people are just doing their jobs that they were assigned to do. And now it appears they're actually being, could be prosecuted as well, right? They're being asked to preserve documents, blah, blah, blah. Can you just talk about, I don't even want to, just how irregular, how illegal, I don't know, you go, just go.
Yeah, look, this is by design. We've never seen this before. And what's the design? What's the strategy? We're going to dismantle the agency that investigated crimes involving Trump January 6th. And for that so-called heinous violation of some kind of thing, we may face the prospect of literally 5,000 FBI agents being dismissed because they literally did the assignment. And by the way, I will add, got 1,000 convictions in this case. Yeah. 600 people assaulted police officers. They were told to make the case, present it. Imagine you're sitting at your desk in an FBI field office. Word comes in from Washington. We've got one of these knuckleheads in your field office territory. Here's the evidence. Here's the video of him filming himself. Go to the U.S. attorney. Go ahead, swear out the warrant, and arrest his ass. And get him in the grand jury. He's going. And you do it because, yes, you see probable cause for a crime. And now you get fired because of that. So if that happens writ large, the message is we don't have the rule of law anymore. And the next time you open a case on a friend of Trump or open a case against Russia, who is friends with Trump, or a Republican corrupt official who is friends with Trump, you risk getting the case dropped, but more importantly, getting fired.
Well, and also possibly prosecuted yourself for, this is the prosecuting the prosecutors phase that we're apparently entering into. I think you said something about this, but shouldn't at the very least Kash Patel and Pam Bondi be forced to come back to the Hill and explain how the things they just said were not going to happen before they're even confirmed?
Yeah, this is a no-brainer. And of course, we wouldn't want to interfere with regular leave of Congress because, they got to go home. But they're back. They came back last night into D.C., and the very first thing they should be doing is calling not only Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and asking them if they lied during their nomination hearings when they said, we'll never have a blacklist. Kash Patel says, I will protect FBI agents against political retribution. But you know who else they should be calling right now? Is Emil Bogue, who is the acting Deputy Attorney General of the United States. What qualifies him to do that? He was a criminal defense attorney for Trump. In the Trump case. Yeah. And he's the one calling the acting assistant director of the FBI and saying, give me the list by noon Tuesday. That's today. And boy, is there a drama going on. If this were a movie, Hollywood would say, no, this is ridiculous. The drama inside the FBI is the acting assistant director, who's supposed to be a Trumpster, literally told the deputy attorney general to F off regarding the list. The head of the New York FBI office, the largest office in the country, said to his team of people, over like 1,600 employees in the New York office. We're going to dig in. We're going to dig in on this. We've got a fight that's on. So this is unprecedented drama going on that we've got to watch.
And well, can I just say, as you know, the FBI, not a wild-eyed liberal organization. No. I mean, the ironic thing is a lot of these agents, I'm sure, were Trumpers, you know, and reportedly didn't even want to, do the raid and or the search in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. But I'll tell you this, Trump thought that if he put in, because Patel's been saying, we need FBI door kickers. We need them to go back to working violent crimes only. Well, and so they handpicked this guy, Brian Driscoll, to temporarily head the FBI, who was the hostage rescue team commander, thinking he's with us. But guess what? He took the oath. He took the oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And if you think a guy who goes through doors for a living at gunpoint, unafraid of what's on the other side, is going to roll over, pick the wrong guy.
I mean, I've heard you say it on TV now, Frank, a number of times, just in this last week or so, just America's less safe. I mean, first of all, the whole thing about Khrushchev saying, we'll take America without firing a shot. I mean, you couldn't be doing much more to weaken the United States if you were doing it on purpose. But, you talked about this is interfering in the work the FBI continually does, tracking multiple terror threats and plots to attack the homeland, peeling away respected seasoned leaders and agents at FBI headquarters in the field. Heightens risks that something will go horribly wrong. I mean, to America's enemies, this would seem like a good time, You
would think Republicans would care about the impact on our safety and our communities. But at any given time, there are multiple terror plots being tracked by FBI field offices and headquarters throughout the country. There are surveillance teams right now, undoubtedly, watching a potential terrorist who might be doing something. There are undercover agents in deep cover in terrorist organizations. And if you peel away layer after layer of supervision and management, then you get rid of hundreds, if not thousands, of agents. Of course, we're in big trouble.
Well, Frank, the other thing is I think no one will ever be able to tell the truth again like Chris Wray, who, by the way, all these people we talk about, they're all Republicans. They're all, they were quoting, Captain Sullenberger yesterday saying how disgusting Trump is for his whole DEI thing, blaming the crash. He's a lifelong Republican. Captain Sullenberger. I mean, Chris Wray, lifelong Republican, but they're going to never let anybody tell the truth again and say our biggest threat is right-wing white supremacist terrorism in America. I mean, and Frank, I just was going to say, so let's look at January 6th, him releasing all these violent criminals. We've already had 2 killed in police shootouts, resisting police, correct? One just arrested yesterday for a deadly DUI. A couple on child porn charges. One guy got arrested on weapons the day after he was pardoned. I mean, I know you're probably shocked letting violent criminals out would lead to any of this.
Here's the problem with this. Not only are we unsafer because those people are on our streets now, but think of this. The FBI, one of the reporting that's going on with regard to what DOJ intends to do with these thousands of agents is not only potentially dismiss them, but to disclose their names to the public. So now, hey, January 6th violent criminal that's been pardoned and is on the streets. Would you like to know the name of the agent who put you in prison, who worked your case? This is a recipe for violent things happening.
Yeah. I was saying the other day about, General taking security away from General Milley. I mean, to me, he's more a threat from MAGA than he is from Iran. Trump's on record saying he should be executed for treason, and now he's got this private militia that he's released, basically, right?
This is another thing throughout history. Watch the development of authoritarians and dictators. They all have some cadre of armed people who are sitting outside of the government, but who can be called in for hurting some people who Trump wants to see harmed.
Yeah. Frank, we're proactive here. We're liberal helpers. What? Because I don't want to just depress people. I want, and I mean, we should be scared. You're not paying attention if you're not scared, but it's what do we do with it? I was saying, it does seem like the outcry is helping. Listen, stop Matt Gaetz from becoming Attorney General, right? Stop the spending freeze. So I don't know. We'll see, but it feels like. We were just talking about this tariff thing. He's just revealed again as this ridiculous buffoon and bully that is the one that actually caved in the face of people standing up to him, right?
So real quick, I get this question all the time. There's a sense of hopelessness, helplessness. So do something. call the home office in your district of your member of Congress or senator. The phones in Washington are I'm told are all backed up, and so you call home, you'll get it faster, and call, don't write, and say, I oppose the takeover of our government by Elon Musk. You must resist this. You must call back for hearings, email Bove, Pam Bondi, and Kash Patel. You must do your job, and then support all of the legal funds that are developing for lawsuits. There are injunctions being requested across government right now to stop what's going on. Inevitably, if hundreds or thousands of agents are fired at the FBI, I know there will be a legal fund. I will put that out. I'll provide it.
A judge is the one that stopped the spending freeze. I mean, we can't just go, oh, it's illegal and unconstitutional, and oh, he's just going to get away with. No, he's not going to. He may get away with some stuff. He's not going to get away with all of it if we stand up, right?
Agreed. Yeah, the courts are going to help here. Now, ultimately, will all of this go to the Supreme Court? Am I confident in them? Absolutely not. But the sand in the machine needs to start right now.
Yeah. Just one last one, security-wise. So many people making so many good points. Molly on Blue Sky said, remember how Republicans went so insane about Secretary of State Clinton's private server, which ended up not being hackable ×3, but now they're cool with a non-citizen, non-federal employee, rich dude, putting his own servers in and hiring post-pubescent guys to hack our government agencies. I mean, that to me should be story one, that we have
He's attached his own server to some of these systems in the government.
Thank you.
Yeah, he owns the government at that point.
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. Frank, thanks so much. You're like the omen of like there's something bad's happening, and yet I still love talking to you.
Somehow, but hey, let's take it for as long as we can.
Okay.
Yes.
Love you, Frank.
Frank.
There he goes. 50 minutes after the hour. This portion of the show. America right now. Thank Stephanie, you are the critical voice of America right now. Shut up. Thank you for expressing our fears so perfectly and also lifting us up. Yeah, that second part is getting trickier. Somebody yesterday's like, I can't download your anxiety today. I have to tune out. It's right. It's like I said to Chris, I don't know how to make, some days you go, oh my God, how do you make any of this funny? Because it is truly terrifying. Mm-hmm. But there is solidarity in that. Don't have individual liberty. Have solidarity with other people. People. Be a people who needs people. People is my point. People. And also, you don't feel like you're going quite as insane when you listen to me, right? Because I'm like, people are like, I'm not that crazy bitch in her basement. Okay, here's another antidote. Chrissy says, I finally watched the DC Sexy Liberal show. Oh my goodness, I howled, I laughed, I got happy. This was definitely the best show of the whole campaign. Well done, all. SexyLiberal.com. Go experience the joy, right? From DC. It was inauguration weekend. We were celebrating the start of the resistance, the start of Trump 2.0.
Yep.
And it'll get you re-energized. Yep. As will Charlie Pierce, your lover,
my
Jody
lover.
Hamilton, and Robin M. Carrion from the LA Times. All family today on the Stephanie Miller Show.
Debut, we've got a live preview just ahead. That all starts right now.
Now, Southern California's news leader, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
I'm Leslie Sykes. Thanks for joining us as we stream live at 7 a.m. Incoming wet weather threatening burned neighborhoods with the possibility of mudslides. Meteorologist Brianna Ruffalo is timing out when the rain is set to arrive. Brianna.
Yeah, hey, good morning. And fortunately, the risk is low, but we're still saying prepare just in case as we head into several days of some rain. Now, it's going to be on and off through the end of the week, so I'll show you the timing in just a little bit. But you're looking live from downtown LA right now, where we are starting to see a little bit of cloud coverage and some nice cloud cover for areas of Southern California, but there's still some spots that don't have much, like Long Beach, but you can see some out into the distance. So we will see those clouds increase throughout the day today. It is chilly to start. It's about 49 degrees there in Long Beach. And you can see that atmospheric river is continuing to bring rain to areas of now Central California, still moving into areas in Northern California like the Bay on Live Mega Doppler 7000. but it's beginning to drop to the south now, and eventually it's going to make its way down here, but we probably won't see much until a little later tonight. But might be getting some sprinkles in areas of San Ynez, but for the most part, San Luis Obispo starting to get some of those light showers. Not out of the question that you could get some raindrops earlier on in the day today, but most of that rain should be moving in much later tonight and overnight. With this incoming storm, we're also going to have some winds picking up. So later this afternoon into tomorrow morning, we have a high wind warning for northern Ventura County mountains and wind advisories elsewhere. These are winds coming up from the south, and they'll be right around 25 to 35 miles per hour. So it's going to be much cooler. It's going to be a little rainy, and it's going to be a bit windy too. So a big shift from where we've been the past few days. I'll time this all out for you coming up in just a bit less. I'll send it back to you for now.
Okay, great. Brianna, we'll see you in a minute. Thank you very much. And as we get ready for another winter storm, part of PCH will be shut down again, which could cause problems when school lets out later today. Eyewitness News reporter Niku Kazori is live in Pacific Palisades with the latest on storm preparations. Niku.
Good morning, Leslie. Yeah, it can definitely cause some headaches and problems for sure. Just a day after PCH reopened for the first time since the Palisades fire, now a portion is set to close again because of the rain that we're expecting later today.
We need to keep people off the roads, not just because of the loose debris from those hillsides, but also to allow our first responders to get access to areas that might be subject to mud and debris flow.
The closure is slated to begin at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it will take over a 9-mile stretch of PCH from Chautauqua Boulevard to Carbon Beach Terrace in Malibu. Palisades residents will still be able to access their homes through Chautauqua Boulevard with their resident passes, and the closure could also impact drop-off and pickups for schools in Malibu. The superintendent says while all 4 schools will remain open for now, the district will revisit plans to close campuses if road access becomes limited. Caltrans is warning the slopes made bare by the Palisades fire are at an increased risk for mud and debris flow, so this closure was crucial.
The concern is that the debris from the fire will flow down to Panga Creek, clog the bridge, and the first place to flood will be the EPA hazardous site. As of my last visit, they had 3-foot K-rails set up to protect the site that is at ground level, and I'm really worried.
And back out live, you can see the National Guard is still here. We're at PCH and Chautauqua Boulevard, as well as police. They're directing traffic, but you have just a few more hours because PCH is set to close today at 3 o'clock. Caltrans says it will remain closed until further notice. Live on PCH, Niku Kazori, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Niku, thank you very much for that live update. Get the latest information on the stormy weather headed our way with the free ABC 7 Los Angeles app. Scan the QR code on your screen, and you can also use the app to get breaking news updates and watch Eyewitness News wherever you go. Meantime, in the Eaton fire burn zone, crews have been laying barriers along streets. The barriers are filled with mulch or compost and can help filter out toxic runoff. The big concern is keeping heavy metals and asbestos from reaching the watershed.
We put emergency protective barriers around the burned vehicles, burned structures, so in the event that it does rain, it'll filter off the runoff from the burned areas and the contaminated areas and protect the watershed and the stormwater.
To protect your property, you can pick up free sandbags from fire stations and the LA County Department of Public Works. And as recovery from our fires continues, some grocery store chains are joining forces with LA County, FEMA, and the Small Business Administration to provide assistance. Between now and Saturday, resource stations will be set up at some Ralph's and Food for Less locations in Pasadena, Venice, and Malibu to offer in-person assistance to affected families. FEMA and SBA representatives will be on site from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. and specifically, they will be at the Food for Less in Pasadena on Lake and Washington. They'll also be at the Ralph's in Venice near Lincoln and California Avenues and at the Ralph's on Malibu Road just off PCH. Another lawsuit has been filed against SoCal Edison, this time by a local sports legend who lost his home during the Eaton fire. Walter Butler, who is also known as the Jet, is a former track and field star. Well, today, the LA Fire Justice, which is a coalition of lawyers with plans to host a news conference to discuss details about the lawsuit. Butler now joins several others who are also suing the utility company. And our team has been working hard to get answers to your questions following the devastating fires. If you do have a question about water safety and other issues, grab your phone, scan the QR code on your screen. We will be taking your questions to an LADWP official live this afternoon. Again, just scan the code and fill out the form, and then be sure to watch our 24/7 streaming channel live today at 3:30. We'll get answers to as many questions as we can. Today, new legislation aimed at protecting immigrant rights is set to be introduced by an LA City councilman. This after we saw several protests held across Southern California for a day without immigrants. Eyewitness News reporter
But of course, prepare anyway. But we should be getting this kind of spaced out with some lighter rainfall amounts, and it should not be really heavy all at one time. So it should be pretty light in nature. There might be some periods where it's going to feel a little more moderate. But for the most part, we're going to have 2 rounds of rain this week, and we're going to have some breaks in between too, which is also going to be great for us. So I'll show you that in just a moment. But yeah, it's overcast over into Burbank. We're going to start to see some more clouds this week. Cooler temperatures all ahead of some rain, 52 degrees there. And also pretty overcast down into California Adventure, looking live from Anaheim where it's about 50 degrees. Live Mega Doppler 7000 showing some of that rain finally starting to drop southward a bit into areas of the Bay Area. They've been getting some rain and now into the Central Coast too. It's not going to reach us until a little later, but it is starting to move a little closer into San Ynez. And so we're going to start to see Ventura County, northern LA County get the rainfall first a little later today. So we shouldn't see too many impacts until tonight and the overnight hours into tomorrow through about tomorrow afternoon. Then it's going to wind down a bit. Spotty showers possible into Thursday, and then the next round should be overnight Thursday into Friday. So hopefully it won't be too many impacts. Not going to be all at once. It's not going to be extensive over the next several days. But with this storm, we're also going to have some winds picking up ahead of it too as we get into later this afternoon into tomorrow morning. So once that rain rolls in, it's going to be not only rainy and cool, it's going to be a little windy. So we have a high wind warning in place for Ventura County mountains.
Breaking.
Business partners all around the world that they will gain the benefit.
Thank you, Chris Murphy, on fire yesterday. Yeah. We talked about liberals fighting back and, Democrats messaging. He was great. Jamie Raskin was great yesterday. AOC, I just love. She was talking. She said this is a 5-alarm fire. That's the kind of messaging we need, the sense of urgency we need. She said the people elected Trump to be president, not Elon Musk. Having an unelected billionaire with his own foreign debts and motives, as Senator Murphy just alluded, raiding U.S. classified information is a grave threat to national security. This should not be a partisan issue. That's what Frank Fuguzzi just told us. I think we have AOC from yesterday.
All of these people acting like, oh, we're going to set up an agency to identify waste, as though that's never been an idea before. Like, take a number. These people, in my experience, I have encountered many billionaires in my career, in hearings, in other, forms of questioning, etc. I can tell you that this dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met.
Good for her. And she said, the ultra-rich in America are now in a kiss-ass race to suck up to Trump. She said, I think it's really important for people to understand now and every day of this administration is you're being ripped off. That's how you message, right? Didn't they run against, the elites?
Oh, yeah.
And now you've got an unelected elite billionaire with who's going to decide if you get your Social Security payments or not. That's what you voted for? Okay. This is John says it's a subject line, Chris is always right.
Oh, my.
And then he continues, is a complete lie, but it got you to open this email.
Damn it.
Chris, I know you love show notes, but I did radio and TV for 20 years. Bella is amazing. I'm not sure what her volume is in your headphones, but over the air, she's much quieter than you two. That's because Chris is the loudest human in the universe.
I am not!
Can you please turn Badass Bella up? Thank you. I hope you're right someday. Johnny and Madison. Well, can always hope, Johnny.
That Bella has the
All right.
volume.
She's in control.
Bella,
of all
turn
of
yourself
that.
up. He's love you so much. So very much. Yes, this one, Eli said, Steph, Dennis Leary is famous for I'm a Hole song, and there's been a new iteration of it. Oh, I guess Fallon did it? We seem to be missing the opportunity to, because we did get a montage of, we have had a moratorium on playing his voice. But there were a lot of great montages of him promising prices would be lower. On day one, prices down very quickly. Groceries. No one's ever used the word groceries before. I just thought of it. Groceries. No one's heard of it.
I can play that if you want.
We seem to be missing the opportunity to introduce Felon 47 with that sound at every opportunity. Bella is a charmer. Thanks for all you do.
Aw.
Thank you, Eli.
Wow.
And Bella. See, and Bella at perfectly the right volume said thank you. I am a
Thanks.
charmer. So what do we do? Will it make it better if we cut it with the I'm a Hole song, or should we?
Well, tell me what you want me to play first.
Stop yelling.
All
right. All right, let's just play
That's
as much
his normal
as much
volume.
as we can handle, then we'll dump out of it and play the I'm a Hole.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
And I went on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries. Like almost, who uses the word? I started using the word.
Oh, did you?
The groceries.
A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
It'll also bring your grocery bill way
All
down.
right, that's all I can take. It's all I can take. Don't you
complaints
feel
on
like
groceries.
seriously?
When you buy-
Like I was saying, Bella is so smart, 22. She's going to be so dumb at the end.
Right?
We're
Yeah.
all. I mean,
Trump.
don't you feel like it's like drinking? It's just I can feel my brain cells dying, like but just killing one at a time every time he speaks. Don't you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this will make it better. He is. He's such a hole.
He is.
He's the biggest. The biggest. Oh, you know what? I thought we would, because we need a distraction. I thought I'd cut this with Entertainment Stack. Who knew we would love Melissa Gilbert so much?
Right?
Love her.
Well, now I'm sorry I slept with her husband, Bruce Bochleitner, back when they were married during my late night TV show.
You didn't do that.
No, that's not true. But that's the National Enquirer said
That's
that.
right.
You broke them up, didn't
right.
you?
They said that we got in a cat fight backstage, which she didn't come to the show and I never met her. But other than that, National Enquirer.
She's a very nice lady. You'd like her.
I like her even more now. Because Megyn Kelly, what did Megyn Kelly, she said she was concerned about Netflix's new reboot of Little House on the Prairie being woke.
Oh, God.
She said, if you wokeify Little House on the Prairie, I will make it my singular mission to absolutely ruin your project. Oh, she seems nice. Megyn Kelly seems nice.
Sweet.
Gilbert posted to Instagram inviting Kelly to watch the original again, said TV doesn't get too much more woke than what we did. We
No
tackled
kidding.
racism, addiction, nativism, anti-Semitism, misogyny, rape, spousal abuse, and every other woke topic you can think of.
Yep.
Thank you, Melissa, and I'm so sorry I slept with your husband, Bruce Bochleitner, and we got in that cat fight backstage in my late night TV show in 1995.
They're no longer together.
They aren't. They've been divorced for a while.
She probably doesn't care that I slept with her husband, Bruce Bochleitner.
They've been divorced quite a while.
Here's what
Yes.
happened. He was on the show, and I'm a flirty whore, and I think they just took that and went, oh, Melissa Gilbert got really mad, and they got into a fight backstage. And
It got you publicity.
that's when the National Enquirer thought that I would be a celebrity of some kind, or they were trying to puff me up into
a thing.
That somebody would go, who? Who slept with what?
She slept with what?
And I guess the National Enquirer totally missed that I'm gay. Okay.
The best didn't give it away?
The best didn't give it away, I guess. Okay. So we have Charlie Pierce and Robin Obkarian of the LA Times coming up. The LA Times, at least, despite them, the pro-Trump bias now, they are letting us know. LA Times tweeted the water unexpectedly released from dams on Trump's order didn't help farms or LA. The Trump administration abruptly sent water flowing from 2 California dams. The action could leave less water in the dams for the summer when farmers typically need it.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Cheetolini. All right, so we will talk to Robin about what's happening there and just in journalism in general, because we are the ones we're waiting for once again, right? Michelangelo Signorelli on this very channel on Sirius XM, all over it on social media. He said, let's not forget Biden left Trump the strongest economy in the world, quickest recovering from the pandemic of any country, inflation going down to normal. Trump is about to destroy it. Jody, we were saying the stock market going crazy. Mm-hmm. People short selling, betting against that the American economy is going to crash because of Trump. I mean, it's this erraticness that crash economies. There were anecdotal evidence of bank runs this weekend. Mm-hmm. People panicking, getting their money out of banks, right? Ron Johnson, we just played, said tariffs caused the Great Depression. I mean, Tristan Snell, I think, was talking about the same thing on Twitter. And Erica said, watching Donald Trump and his followers try to paint him as a hero after his tariff stunt flopped is absolutely comical. I mean, get used to it. They're going to spin everything that, dear leader does as some great victory. Mm-hmm. And, oh, look what a great negotiator he is. And it is just, it's just laughable. Pete Buttigieg, thank you. On Twitter, to be abundantly clear, we did not change the rigorous standard for becoming a certified air traffic controller. Those claiming otherwise are mistaken or lying. We did increase funding and training and grew the ATC workforce after years of declining numbers, including under Trump. I mean, you were saying, Lonnie's flying. You're nervous.
Yeah.
I haven't booked my ticket yet to see my oldest sister, even though because of last week.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell me this isn't going to affect air travel. You know that we've had 2 planes in the 2 weeks Trump's been president. We've had 2 planes fall out of the sky, right? I mean, he only put in an FAA head of the FAA the day after the crash, under pressure, right? Okay. To review COVID. Let's just review, shall we? President Joe Biden had this exact same deal with Mexico. And he didn't have to threaten a trade war with our allies to get it. Dr. Tran says if you want to control the price of eggs, you need to control bird flu. And the worst thing you can do if you want to control bird flu is to censor scientists and scrub CDC data.
Yep.
Okay. Lincoln Project, again, on this tariff thing. Don't let Trump spin you. He backed down on the Mexican tariffs when the market dropped out. GOP electeds finding a backbone to complain, and the Wall Street Journal calling it the dumbest trade war in history. Trump blinked and embarrassed himself, plain and simple. Thank you.
Yep.
So getting loud does work. And you were monitoring, Chris, yesterday, the markets. That's exactly what he was looking at. Republicans were freaking out. The markets were freaking out. He caved like he always does. Tristan Snell was the one who also said the last time America increased tariffs like this, it was 1930, and it triggered the Great Depression. Lincoln Project, again, the world's richest man who no one elected just walked into the U.S. Treasury, stole your Social Security number, and Trump let him. You deserve to know why this is happening. Call your member of Congress and senators, 202-224-3121, and ask why. So, and obviously, as we're hearing, so many people are doing that, you can't get through in some way, So, as you were saying, Jody, write, call, do all of the above. Right?
Call your local office.
Yeah.
And freeze your credit.
Okay, and also just look directly at Bonnie resting in the crook of Jody's arm to know that everything's going to be all right. Oh, God, that's too much. Okay. Yeah, Guy on Threads said, remember the guy who was madly scrambling to stop a falling stock market by pausing tariffs on his allies is the same guy who bankrupted his own casinos 4 times.
Yeah.
I mean, no, right, that he went bankrupt. Someone's like, I can see why he went bankrupt 7 times that fast.
Yeah.
This is 2 weeks, Jody. We just hit 2 weeks yesterday that he's, it's okay. And you knew, by the way, the same thing was going to happen with Canada that just happened with Mexico early. It's all a show. It's all, and I can't imagine people want to be this exhausted. Does this crazy thing. This person stands up. There's outcry. He backs down. He does this illegal thing. Judge stops him. We have to go to court. I mean, dear God, this is 4 years of this. Okay. Jody, how are you? By the way, how are you? Bella, could you find Love Will Keep Us Together? Is that Neil Sedaka?
Yes, it is.
Yes. You are a bastard person.
Yes.
Because now that you have your
individual liberty,
right, from this show, you had the audacity. You taunted the first day. You taunted Chris and I. You said I went to Neil Sedaka last night and I slept until 6 a.m. Like the bitch lady that you are.
I hadn't slept till 6 a.m. in years.
And the audacity, because love didn't keep us together, did it, Jody? No, you're all about you. I have to take care of my health. I gotta get my blood pressure down. I gotta sleep in. I gotta
Breaking up.
They were looking for Watership Down.
What happened to Bambi's mom? What happened?
And then Benji? Okay. All right. 21 minutes after so far 3 of
News, Musk dismantling the government. Exclusive breaking details out front tonight about the young men Elon Musk is saying they're all pretty much like that. And he's got Trump's blessing on this one. Fighting disease and starvation are on the list. And the most important thing actually just boils down to this. If there are legitimate concerns about U.S. aid and fraud and its spending money, then investigate it, let the American people see it and take care of it. But to just shut it down without telling anybody what you're doing on the whim of one man, to households and businesses,
Seeing example after example, hearing story after story from really agencies across Washington. But I was there in the Oval Office this afternoon asking the president questions, and I was struck by this answer. We asked the president, is there anything that you would not allow? And he said, if there was something that didn't have my okay, I'd let you know about that really fast. What would that possibly be? I mean, no examples really come to mind of what the president would not allow Elon Musk to do. Also, what about all the government contracts he has?
This is the story of our time. Is the Disney Stephanie Miller Show. Jody's home, so you'd think everything would be better. However, Bill Cassidy, the only doctor in the Senate, has announced he will vote for Bobby Kennedy. Yep. This is the story of our time. Is the complete collapse of the Republican Party. A very concerned Susan Collins has claimed she will pack Tulsi Gabbard, who she knows is wildly unqualified and dangerous as the head of DNI. She said, after extensive consideration of her nomination, or whatever, Esmeralda.
Do you know who that is?
No, she does. It's a Bewitched reference. She doesn't. Okay. Okay.
No. Alice Ghostly played.
She has Bewitched sound effects in there.
Alice Ghostly is.
She doesn't know that either.
Look for Bewitched.
I mean, come on. We're waiting for a Susan Collins concern meter to go with our Mitt Romney outrage meter. See? She doesn't even know what that means.
No, I don't.
Yeah. That's the sound of Susan Collins' last a bit of integrity departing magically. You're doing the Samantha knows, and she doesn't know what you're doing
even know what that is either.
No.
They made a movie of it with Nicole Kidman.
Yes, I do. I know. I'm aware of it. Just I have no context.
You need to watch like TV Land or something.
Now that you're working in the old people's home. Okay, Jody, I don't know what to. The doctors, quote unquote, they said that released a letter that support Bobby Kennedy. They've all lost their licenses. Yeah, a bunch of quacks.
Yeah.
This one, a woman who worked with Bobby Kennedy accused him of sexual misconduct. She was paid nearly $1 million settlement as part of a non-disclosure. Really? How come all of the men just about nominated by Trump have non-disclosure agreements where they've paid women to the tune of whatever, $11 billion, because of course they did nothing wrong. Kennedy admitted to 2 other misconduct claims against him during questioning. Do you remember who was it? Olivia Nuzzi had an affair with him last year. Mediaite said 3 other women claimed to have had romantic relationships with Kennedy in the last year.
Ew.
There's Cheryl Hines sitting right behind him. better with more urgency, etc. But that's part of the problem, is the mainstream media doesn't cover it.
Right.
Yeah, one last one. Covey said, mind you, Canada already said they'd invest $1.3 billion to bolster border security in December. That fool got played again by another world leader for the second time today. Report it like that, media. And one last one, Brian Tyler Cohen. Congratulations to Trump on securing $1.3 billion border security deal from Canada, which was already negotiated in December of 2024. That is the entire story, period. All right, let's bring our friend in. Here we go. Truth tellers. There's only one man now that understands, and that's the author of Idiot America. Pierce. Pierce. Charlie Pierce, political columnist for Esquire.com.
Why's everybody always laughing with me?
Hi, Charlie. Look who's here.
Good morning, sunshine, and hello, Jody Hamilton.
Good morning, Charlie Pierce.
Oh, I think of the crook in your arm, and I'm jealous of Clyde.
It's like the sequel to Blue Lagoon. They're back together again, just as Tuesday.
And my hair is
lovers.
just long enough.
Yeah, and I want to commend Bella on her fashion sense. She, along with me, apparently is a fan of really big sweaters.
Oh yes, oh yes.
I love really big sweaters.
Oh yeah.
She couldn't be cuddlier. Charlie, you wrote another great piece, as you do, for Trump. Cruelty is not the only point. I mean, I just look at this whole ridiculous thing again. This bloviating idiot pretending that he's negotiating some deals, right? And caving and getting the exact same deal we already had.
Now he's threatening Europe with the same kind of, bluff. Actually, it was funny. I was reading Le Monde's coverage of the agreements yesterday, and they used the word bluff in their headline. So it can be done.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I was saying that, Charlie. Even the headlines over there are more, what is it? American Psycho Part 2 with a picture of Trump. I mean, the village idiot's back. It's, that's the kind of, what's the word? I mean, just courage we need here. Instead of these constant, caving and bending the knee to this ridiculous idiot.
It's the kind of professionalism we need.
What's that?
That's the kind of professionalism we need. That's the way you're supposed to do the job.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have Robin Ukarian on, who's been, one of our favorite LA Times writers forever, on what's happening at the LA Times. Why our friend Harry Littman, why your friend Jennifer Rubin gave up her column at the Washington Post. It's happening everywhere, Charlie.
Robin is an old school news.
Yes. Yep.
I almost said news hen. That was what they were called in the 1930s.
Yeah.
But Robin is always worth reading.
Because Charlie, I'll give you the one, for instance, we're talking about it a lot because obviously it's out here, but it's just another example of your whole piece about Trump, this LA water thing. I mean, this is, I was glad people, again, on social media were on it, before the media. So Trump has ordered the ACOC to open dams in Northern California. These dams hold water in reservoirs for agriculture use during the growing season and is released as needed. Most of this water will eventually end up in the Pacific Ocean and won't ever reach Southern California. He just flushed billions of gallons of water. That's the kind of stupidity we're in for.
There's a mountain range between the water and where the fires were.
Right.
Which basically the fires are out now, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're 100% contained, Charlie. So one other one. Casey Jones said, Jesus Christ. Oh, yes, let's conduct controlled releases of multiple dams that don't even go to L.A. with no actual plan or consideration of local authorities or farmers. Just another PR stunt. Manager of the Tulare Irrigation District said, I've been doing this 18 years. I've never seen something like this. Another scientist said dam managers would typically only release large quantities of water in the winter when major storms create a need to make space for large inflows of runoff. I don't know where this water is going, but it's the wrong time of year to be releasing water from these reservoirs. It's vitally important we fill our reservoirs in the rainy season so water is available for farms and cities later in the summer. I think it's very strange and it's disturbing. After decades of careful local, state, and federal coordination, some federal agencies are starting to unilaterally manipulate California's water supply. Once again, Charlie, the theme is these are the states' rights people that are like, they didn't even ask the state.
Absolutely the case. These are people who believe that government closest to the people is best. So naturally, we're going to arrange for, a lake to suddenly appear in the middle of Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I love that quote. I don't know where the water's going.
Yeah.
Well, dude, it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, but it's so, it happens to just be out here, but it's so typical of this PR stunt presidency already. It's because he hates us and because he's trying to prove some stupid point about the, I think he literally said, enjoy the water. And if, I'd done this before, the fires wouldn't have happened. What? You would have been able to prevent the Santa Ana winds and a fire hurricane. We're in the stupidest timeline, aren't we?
Yeah, and yet, the MAGA crowd are seals at feeding time.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you go to the aquarium, they feed the seals?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what you've got for an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are more gifted at celebrating triumphs that mean absolutely nothing than any group of people I've ever seen.
Yeah. Charlie, I don't know where you're at on social media, but, I did start to think first of all, Elon Musk destroying Twitter. That's what he's obviously trying to do to the United States economy, apparently. But, wherever you are on social media, it reminds me of how the power of it in the first place, in revolutions around the world and stuff, because it's the first place, at least we're getting information. Aaron Rupar was the first one that said they seem to want Treasury to be the choke point on payments, and that's unprecedented, one person said, emphasizing it's not the Bureau's role to decide which payments to make. It's just to make the payments. Again, I can't imagine there's even a single Trump voter that wants an unelected billionaire to be in control of whether you get your Social Security payment or not, right?
Well, no, you've got a hedge fund guy running the Treasury Department now. One of these, private equity cowboys. So what do you expect? This is move fast and break things.
Right. Yep. This is the Around and Find Out story of today. Meet this guy. Oh, look. Oh, he's in it behind a Trump 2024 Let's Go Brandon flag. Mm-hmm. Meet Hector Concho, a Cuban dissident and gay man who rallied for Trump constantly. He is currently being held in a migrant detention center in Florida, awaiting deportation. This is the demographic targeted by the right, saying Democrats are communists, and Hector really ate it up. Now the leopard is eating his face.
At least he didn't run into any released January 6th terrorists who are apparently all sockless, drunk, and driving automobiles all over the country.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Charlie! It's just the news keep coming. Senate panel has advanced Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s nomination.
What was the vote on that? I know Susan Collins went over.
Yes,
Susan Collins
she was concerned though.
Into the furrows on her brow.
The panel's 14 Republicans voting to confirm, 13 Democrats opposed.
Okay, so it's great party line.
Yeah. I mean, Susan Collins just says everything you need to know about this Republican Party, right?
Yeah, don't count on her for anything. I mean, just take her out of the equation forever.
Charlie, that's the story of our time. Not just cowardice, but like Chris was saying, Bill Cassidy's a doctor. He just voted for Bobby Kennedy, right?
Right.
Joni Ernst is a female combat veteran and sexual assault survival in the military. She voted for Pete Hegseth. I mean, they've just
and the
they've lost their
the
soul.
pattern is really frustrating. These are the people who, quote unquote, express concerns and then vote for him anyway. Pete Hegseth didn't say anything in his hearing that would win Joni Ernst's vote. Okay.
Yeah.
Robert Kennedy didn't say anything in his hearing that would have won Bill Cassidy's vote. Basically, the whole we're really concerned about these nominees is, prima facie and okey doke.
Yes, we were talking.
Don't listen to it.
We were talking to Frank Flaguzzi, and you can't overstate. Frank has said we're in a national security crisis. Senator Murphy and others have said we are in a constitutional crisis, and I don't know if even people like you and I that marinate in this stuff could have seen this coming in under 2 weeks, right?
Well, I for one am in a permanent gastrointestinal crisis.
Yeah, me too. That's been going on for a while for me. Bella was only in high school the first time Trump was in office.
Yeah. It fundamentally ruined a lot. I'm scarred for life.
Oh God.
My God, we had we had the Kennedys and LBJ, and poor Bella has,
Yeah.
Trump.
2 terms of Donald Trump.
Yeah. They think this is normal. This is what a presidency is supposed to be. Chris, I'm just thinking.
Well, when was the last time, by the way, that United States senators were denied entry to a government building?
No kidding.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a guess the quote for Chris. Who said Hitler didn't steal the power? The people voted for him, and then he destroyed his people. Who said that?
Commander McBragg.
No, that was Pope Francis. I did that for Charlie. Yeah. Former Catholic boy.
Yeah.
Like me.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he's Il Papa doesn't have any use for these guys either.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus, if you see our conclave, he's got enough problems.
There you go.
Speaking of, by the way, female veterans, our friend JoJo from Juror said it's the year 2025, and the family of a female helicopter pilot was afraid to share their deceased hero daughter's name with the public for fear that our current, quote, commander-in-chief will target her as they, quote, one to blame for the crash because she's a woman. What the actual... I mean,
Was there any doubt that he would do that?
Nope. No, of course not.
I mean, those parents are acting, I think, quite sensibly.
Yeah. I mean, we're just, I mentioned this earlier, Charlie, but just because we just had the vote on Bobby Kennedy, Dr. Tran said 800 doctors submitted a letter of support for Bobby Kennedy. It turns out most signatories weren't real doctors, or they were doctors that had their licenses revoked or suspended. Using fake experts to create an illusion of credibility is a classic anti-vax tactic.
Nothing like bringing in the best and the brightest.
Yeah, right. I mean, they have the nerve to talk about DEI hires when we have Pete Drunky McRapey in the head of defense, and it looks like
you're going to have to decide on who gets to be Drunky McRapey.
There's so many though.
Well, I meant
either
not
Hank
Supreme
or
Court,
Kavanaugh.
the Defense Department Drunky McRapey.
Okay, there we
The
go.
other one. Yeah. Yeah, well, doesn't that tell you everything?
Drunky McRapey.
Doesn't that tell you everything? And it was Rapey McForehead that didn't get in as Attorney General.
And we have convicted raping McConvict running the government.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Charlie.
Although I'm beginning to wonder if he's really doing that.
It's not.
Yeah.
You know, I'm beginning to wonder if he isn't just a front man this time around.
Really? Exactly. Oh, one last one, Chris, just because I have a theme. I have a theme.
Okay, let's do this.
In one of the most astonishing political transformations in the history of democracy, Hitler destroyed a constitutional republic through constitutional means. Who said that?
George Jetson.
No, it's Timothy Ryback in the Atlantic. I had a Hitler theme, Charlie. That was my.
Yeah, you're doing very well. I hear like Oompa Man music. But you know what? It's hungry, and I'm getting toward lunchtime, so I may have to go down to the Hitler Burger
and get mine
that
lunch.
Was a song
Mine
cue,
lunch.
by the way. In case you're wondering.
That's true. All right. Bella's,
I don't get to call song cues anymore.
No,
I don't know what is the world coming to.
Bella still has a little bit of training wheels on. She's finding
She'll
it.
find it.
She'll get it. Here we go.
Oh, is Bella the keeper of the box?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, a little louder.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We love you, Charlie Pierce, so much. Thanks.
I love you all madly. I'll see you next
Thank you for being a hero of democracy.
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye. 48 minutes after the hour. also at hockey games in
Yeah.
Ottawa, Ontario, and Calgary, Alberta. Booed the United States.
By Canada.
By
I know, the
Canada.
nicest country on the planet.
We suck.
Thank you, Bella. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Another loved one. Christopher, hey, fellow liberals who follow me, if you want to stay sane during this utterly stupid time, follow and listen to these awesome people: Stephanie Miller, Bob Seska, Allison Gill, Dana Goldberg, Frangela, Malcolm Nance, John Fugelsang, Cliff Schechter, Glenn Kirshner. You can hear Jody Hamilton and David Ferguson on Bob Seska's fantastic show every Thursday. I believe today is Cliff Schechter Day. All right. By the way, as Bobby Kennedy just has passed at least it's not the full vote yet, but Senator Warren tweeted, Donald Trump is scrubbing critical health information from government websites. This is staggeringly stupid anti-science and will have real consequences. This part is legitimately terrifying, Jody, that he actually looks like he's going to get in at a time when we have the biggest tuberculosis outbreak in history here already. USAID, as we were saying, stops diseases overseas that are already developing that are going to come here. That's what people don't get. It's not just giving money to other America first. It's that's how do you think COVID got here? How do you think malaria, Marburg, all these other things are going to get here, right? And then we have an anti-vax lunatic. We're apparently okay. Okay. Oh, by the way, Jack Hopkins said, remember weeks before the election, our DOJ issued a memo stating there were some 600 Russian assets in the United States, some of which were members of Congress. Nothing more to see here. I'm sure it's fine that Russian asset Tulsi Gabbard is also possibly about to be the head of DNI. It's fine. It's all fine.
Everything's fine. Don't worry
Everything's
about
fine.
it.
Robert Abkarian of the LA Times is coming up.
I'm in shock.
That historically have had to work so much harder.
Wow.
Amen. Go on, Jasmine Crockett.
I'm definitely going to say the mandate wasn't there at all. The numbers are really small, kind of like his crowds. So I'm not going to say that there was a mandate.
Go on, Jasmine Crockett, right into my veins.
Yes.
All right, speaking of DEI hires, our favorite LA Times DEI hire ever, Fine American. Our favorite LA Times writer for 11 billion years, Robin Abkarian is back. You know, Charlie Pierce just said you're also always been one of his favorite writers, so you got mad props.
I can't even believe that. I'm in shock. I am in awe of that guy. He's fabulous.
Well, Chris and I were saying we used to do a radio show at the same radio station together 11 billion years ago.
So long ago, and it's amazing how we even look younger now, isn't it?
And then, and can you tell your weird dream that you just told me about you had last night?
I had a dream that I was a guest on your show, and we went to the old studio, and I started having a coughing fit right when you asked me a question, and there was no cough button. So they muted my mic and forgot to turn it back on. He never said anything, and you did all the talking. I wonder what that means.
Well, I think it's a dream about, fascism and the silencing of critics, Robin Abkarian, because you are okay. So obviously, when we talked about having you on, I was like, I'm not going to get her fired, am I? Because a lot is going on. Our friend Harry Littman, as you know, I just gave up his LA Times opinion column in protest. Our friend Jennifer Rubin did the same at Washington Post. So, Robin, there's a lot going on right now in journalism and also specifically at the LA Times. And you said you're okay to talk about all of it. You had, I believe, 0 Fs. Was that the number of Fs you have left to give?
Pretty much, yeah. I don't, you know what? I think we need to be honest and transparent about what's happening in all the papers. I don't see how readers are served by obfuscating or lying about what's going on. We have an owner who has, decided to, under the guise of bringing balance to the opinion pages, has essentially squelched more liberal voices and more liberal takes on issues. Okay, he has the right to. He's the owner of the paper. However, how he's going about it, and I think the reasons he's given for it are slightly disingenuous. And I think, what you've got is a medical tech billionaire, brilliant man in his own right, who is sort of following suit with the other billionaires, the Jeff Bezoses, the Mark Zuckerberg, who curry favor with the administration.
So Oliver Darcy just posted, the mood is bad inside the Patrick is soon, I don't know how to pronounce his name, sorry. Right. Owned Los Angeles Times after buyout offers were sent to staffers. But it's been so bad for so long, it's hard to say if it's any worse. One source told me this is a deeply demoralized newsroom, especially after the fires. Talk about that a little bit.
The newsroom worked its heart out on the fires. We have done exceptional coverage of both of the fires. It's really remarkable, the work that my colleagues have done. And they're brave, especially the photojournalists who rush into the blazes to get the most amazing photographs. And at the same time, we have an owner who basically has told us that we live in an echo chamber, we're in a bubble. At one point he said, ours is one of the papers that's doing really great wildfire coverage. It's like, no, we are the best paper doing wildfire coverage. Yeah. And when it comes to the opinion section, he is trying to bring what he calls balance, which means more conservative voices, which is fine. We'd all be fine with that. But in doing so, he has, for example, ordered that the 3 liberal columnists, me, Jackie Callums in Washington, and Elsie Granderson, who happens to be a gay African-American man, we have always written twice a week. He's asked us to now just write once a week.
Wow. I'm looking for, there's so many things. There was a tweet yesterday of somebody that they said they wrote an op-ed on RFK Jr. because obviously he just passed committee today, and it was totally anti-him, but the headline was skewed, and it was skewed to look like it was.
That's caused a huge brouhaha at the paper. It's a guy named Eric Reinhart, I believe, who wrote a column about what the public health care policy could look like if done correctly, and he basically said that RFK is taking a wrecking ball to a system that it's going to make it worse. And the opinion piece was edited to make it seem as if he was more favorable to RFK. Oh. And the headline also made it seem like he was favorable. And when our owner tweeted out the column approvingly, the author of the piece pretty much went ballistic and said, that's not what I meant. It's not what I said. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
And we've so far not gotten a good response. We don't know.
Robin, I guess I'm sort of astounded. Why are so many people bending the knee? I mean, we were just talking about this whole ridiculous tariff thing where he caved again, to Mexico and Canada. Like, why are so many people bending the knee, obeying in advance to this ridiculous, bloviating idiot that just keeps...
because of money, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Because all the billionaires that we've just talked about have government contracts. In the case of my owner, he's a biotech inventor. He's working on vaccines and cancer drugs, and he has many patents pending in front of the FDA. And guess who's going to be in charge of the FDA if RFK Jr. is confirmed as Health and Human Services Secretary? It's going to be Kennedy. So, to me, it's like pretty obvious what's going on, despite the protestations. Billionaires operate in their own best financial interests, and the LA Times is not a source of profit, as we know.
Yeah.
And so I think anything that serves a billionaire's economic interest is probably going to win out.
I was happy to see at least they covered this ridiculous Trump water thing. Trump apparently directed, I'm reading from, LA Times actually did tweet about it, but Trump apparently directed the Army Corps of Engineers to meddle in local water policy and angered a whole bunch of farmers, likely his supporters, all to try to win a political point. The water appears to be directed to recently flooded farmlands. I mean,
and there won't be enough water in the dry months. Right. Because in California, we live in a manufactured water environment. We're not like farmers in the Midwest who rely on rain for their crops. Like we don't look at, the farmer's almanac to see what the weather's going to be like because we know it's going to be dry in the summer. And that's why we have these big water projects that hoard water during the wet months.
Yes.
It's available in the dry months. And anybody who dips into California water policy without knowing what they're talking about always looks like a flaming idiot.
Yes. Speaking of flaming idiots, I mean, all the lies Trump told during the fires, I mean, which made everything exponentially worse out here. And now this, I mean, I'm glad at least, this is, I guess, Politico. Some headlines are, Trump says he opened California's water. Local officials say he nearly flooded them. I mean, we've got to have some objective truths. Right? They write, Trump declared victory. This is what it's going to be over and over, even though he caved and got the exact same deal from Canada and Mexico that Biden already had. On his long-running water war with California, boasting he sent billions of gallons south, but local officials say they narrowly prevented him from possibly flooding farms. This is why local journalism is so important. Today, 1.6 gallons, and in 3 days it'll be 5.2 gallons. This is from Trump. Everybody should be happy about this long-fought victory. I only wish they listened to me 6 years ago. There would have been no fire. Can you explain how profoundly stupid that statement is?
I don't know if even I can explain how profoundly stupid that is. The idea that a hurricane wind whipped wildfire that came through densely built residential areas could have somehow been prevented by sweeping the forests, which I think is what he is referring to when he says if they had listened to me 6 years ago, is preposterous.
Yeah.
It's just
and is it 3%? 3%.
I've run out of of adjectives.
Is it right? Is it 3%, Robin, of the forest lands even here that are, California? They're mostly federal land. So hand him a rake next time he's here. Like you go first. So yeah, local officials had to talk the Army Corps of Engineers down after it abruptly alerted them Thursday afternoon it was about to increase water flows from 2 reservoirs to maximum capacity. Before the Corps ratcheted down its plan, local authorities scrambled to move equipment and warn farms about possible flooding. He said, one engineer said, I've been here 25 years. I've never been given notice that quick. It was alarming and scary. It's going to be 4 years of petty vindictiveness because he hates California, for instance, right?
It's going to be alarming and scary. That is a perfect way to put it because he has the power to do these things. I mean, you see what's happening in Washington now with USAID and the Department of Education. It's, I can only hope that people will take a look at what's going on and say, wait a minute, I was voting for the price of eggs to come down, which, by the way, I was just at Gelson's. Yeah. Eggs were $10 a dozen.
Yeah.
They are cheaper at Trader Joe's, I admit.
Yeah.
But, I think all the things that he promised that really sort of appealed to people's base natures, he's doing that stuff and it's not going to make life easier for them.
Yeah. Yeah. You, because you're an angry feminist, had another great piece. If you're not angry, you're not paying attention. Right. But you just, because there's so much going on at once. That's hard for anybody, including journalists, I'm sure, to focus. But you just said no one polices bodies the way we police women's bodies. While we've been distracted by wildfire tragedies, the dizzying stream of Project 2025 inspired directives flowing from the Oval Office, we can't forget the Republican-led war on women's reproductive rights shows no signs of waning. In fact, it's heating up again. And you just go through a bunch of terrifying Handmaid's Tale stories in state after state.
Just this week, a doctor in New York was charged with providing abortion pills to somebody in, I want to say, Alabama.
Yeah.
And Kathy Hochul, the New York governor, said, listen, nobody's going to go to prison on my watch, no doctor in New York State. This is what's happening. I mean, the idea that, abortion should be left up to the states, this is how the states are going to handle it. They're going to try to charge doctors in places where abortion is legal. They are trying to, create a nation where women are forced to give birth, whether they are 12 years old, whether they have fetuses whose conditions are incompatible with life. It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah.
about controlling women's bodies.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's what is I think it was Ezra Klein just wrote a piece about Steve Bannon, the flood the zone. This is what they're doing to keep people
Shock
like
and
you,
awe,
people
yeah.
like you, like you don't know what to cover, and then Musk takes over the Treasury while we're all like,
Here's the thing. Yes, shock and awe is definitely happening, but all these things are being covered. I don't think there are anything that's being done in secret.
Yeah.
Or things that are being done in secret eventually come out into the public, and the reporters who are covering this are doing a great job. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can cover wildfires and we can cover the outrages coming out of Washington.
Yeah.
And we can cover Elon Musk's attempt to take over the government. And the only thing I think that's going to stop him is if Trump finally realizes that Elon's getting all the credit, or Elon's pissing off voters.
Right, right. Yeah. I mean, that's what I keep saying. Just get loud. This isn't a time to get quiet. It's a time to get louder. And you do that all the time and fight the good fight. We're so excited to see you again.
Yes.
We got to make this a regular thing.
Here.
Because I would never mute your mic so only I could talk. I think
That's
I
why
think
it was a nightmare, Stephanie.
I think it's a dream about how awesome I am and how really only I need to talk anyway.
Oh, God.
Okay.
We all know that.
I love you, Robin Abkarian, LA Times. Because we said this, when all this stuff is going on. We actually mentioned you back when. I said, I don't want to punish all the great writers like Robin Abkarian and Michael Hiltzik. And there's individual journalists doing great work. And, while I understand Harry Littman and, Jennifer Rubin, you got to do what you got to do in terms of your own conscience. But there's a lot of y'all in the trenches doing great work. So
And now we're trying to decide whether we should take the buyouts or not, because they've offered up to a year's pay.
yeah.
Like, got to go talk to the financial planner. But the other thing is,
I'm tempted for myself. I'm tempted to say, take the buyout and come tell fart jokes with me in my basement. But on the other hand,
so tempting.
Journalism or democracy dies in darkness, or whatever the Washington Post said before they said we love Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's important.
Democracy is dying in broad daylight, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say. Love you, Robin. See you soon.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
All right, bye, honey.
So good to see you. Bye.
21 minutes after the hour, this port.
Hi.
Right now, all of the truth tellers in whatever form you're doing it. Jim Acosta went to Substack.
Yep.
Just please support all of these people because we're going to have to do this ourselves. We got to stop bitching about mainstream media and just do it. Just put the truth out there in as many forums as you can. Yeah, Dara said all those both sides are the same folks are super quiet right now. P.S. Nobody wants to hear from you, so keep being quiet. Thank you. And one last one. Steve Bannon, who's Rachel Maddow's guy, said last week Republican Representative Andy Ogles unveiled a proposal to allow Trump to run for a third term. Mm-hmm. This week, prosecutors withdrew from Ogles' criminal investigation. That's quite a coincidence. I mean, the corruption is through the charts, and there's so much going on. They figure we can't pay attention to all of it at once. But, as Robin O'Carrion said, people are doing people like her are doing a pretty good job. Like she was saying, like walking and chewing gum. For instance, Marie in Atlanta, right?
Legal lady.
Legal lady. Yeah. Hi, Marie.
Hey, Steph, thanks for taking my call. And Badass Bella, welcome to the crew.
Thank you. Badass Bella. She's the baby.
I just wanted to point out, I'm coming to realize that the Nixon situation, that was just like the trial run, because these Doge kids, they're basically the White House plumbing unit 2.0.
Yeah.
Instead of tapping phones, which was the technology of that day, they're tapping into our financial systems.
At least those guys felt the touch of a woman, Bella. These bunch of
For real.
incel weirdos.
They spend their time on Reddit. They need to touch grass as well as a woman.
Yeah.
Go outside.
She's
please.
a delight. Go outside. See a leaf. Do something. Touch grass. Jesus. Touch a woman. Okay. Or
I don't think women want them to touch
or a man
them.
or anything.
No, and that's...
According to one expert, go a private millions of federal, and they were males people.
If you want to run AID, get nominated by Trump and go to the Senate, and good luck in getting confirmed.
Thank you. Representative Jerry Conley, great yesterday. Yeah, we were talking to Frank Lugosi about this. All you Hillary Butter emails people, several Elon Musk's associates, that's what they're calling the tech dude bros, Bella, that have never felt the touch of a woman.
Great.
The 20-year-olds.
At least they got a title. That's so great. Yay.
They installed at the Office of Personnel Management have received unprecedented access to federal human resources databases containing sensitive personal information for millions of federal employees. A new server being used to control these databases has been placed in a conference room that Musk's team is using as their command center. That's the 20-year-olds with your Social Security numbers.
Yep.
This is a legal requirement that the installation of a new server undergo a privacy impact assessment, a formal process to, ensure there's not security vulnerabilities. So this application and corresponding hardware are illegally operating, according to one expert. And this is what, by the way, so Ezra Klein wrote a piece Urza, as I call him. 11 billion people have sent me. But he just said, look closely at the first 2 weeks of Trump's second term. You'll see something very different than what he wants you to see. See what just happened in this tariff war where he caved like the giant that he is, the ridiculous buffoon. This is what, it's all a lot of chaos and noise. But, when there's an outcry, like the spending freeze, he rescinds it immediately. He backs down immediately. But he was quoting Steve Bannon. He said, if you want to understand the first few weeks, listen to what Steve Bannon said. This is in 2019. The opposition party is the media, and the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. Well, at this point, it's more than 3 things.
Yeah.
They'll bite on one, and then we get all our other stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover. We've got to start with muzzle velocity. And that's exactly what we're experiencing, right? And this is while they're over there looting the Treasury.
Yep.
Because we're, still disgusted by his DEI plane comments and whatever else, right? I mean, it's all... so I think that's the challenge, is what to focus on, because that's what they want us doing, is just going, being overwhelmed. That's why we need love. Bill writes, oh, now it's too low. Bill writes, sexy liberals, your DC show was simply hilarious. Get some rest, come out swinging. That's what we've done.
Yeah.
Look at Jody. She's all well rested, happy clappy. Look at her. She's back. She's back, bitches. Jody, your everyday expertise and humor will be missed so much. Enjoy your individuality. Looking forward to seeing you in your new role soon. And bam, there she is. Hold please. I've been holding mail for you. You know how it is when someone moves and you get their mail?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lori says, subject line, Jody Hamilton. Steph, can you please tell Jody in 4th grade, we were supposed to write a letter to a celebrity using a formal letter style. I wrote to Carol Burnett. I was the only student in class to receive a response.
Aww.
Ms. Burnett wrote that she had daughters around my age. Her letter was so kind.
Mom's very good at writing people back.
I should write a note right
I
there.
know,
She wrote it right there. I have a note right there. There you go. Okay.
So weird. Oh my God.
That's the best I've ever done at conversation.
My mom was looking
with-
over my shoulder for a year and a half.
Right,
so.
yeah, right there.
Because I'm creepy.
Did you see the giant picture of me and my
Oh,
sister?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the most I've ever put a sentence together in front of Carol Burnett. Okay.
Did you begin crying?
A little
The
bit.
first time mom called in, yes.
Yes,
did.
a little
She
bit.
cried.
Yes, yes, of course I cried. Don't be ridiculous.
It's her idol. It's
this
her
is
idol.
Representative Johnny, somebody I can't pronounce, from Maryland. Sure.
Ozeski.
Furrier.
Yeah.
Hofharar.
Furf.
Sure.
The U.S. Constitution is clear. It gives Congress the power of the purse, which is a critical check on executive abuses just like this. It's also a reflection of our founding fathers' desires to prevent a monarchy. We will do all that we can in Congress. But we need you, America, to listen and to act. Because today, it's U.S. aid. Tomorrow, it's our health care. It's Social Security. It's our livelihoods. It's our freedoms.
Yeah. Thank you. By the by, there's actually an actual reporter on Fox News. What's her name? Jennifer Griffin. Is she going to get fired soon?
Maybe.
She's the chief national security correspondent. She spoke to the former USAID head about Elon Musk's gutting of the decades-old International Development Agency. Griffin reported that she confirms 50 top USAID officials were removed. Dodge teams forced their way into the USAID offices this weekend. This is our gift to our enemies and competitors. This pause is not a pause. It's the destruction of the agency, she said. 2 weeks ago, I was combating diseases. We had 21 serious outbreaks at the time worldwide. There are serious now. An Ebola outbreak in the capital of Uganda. Bird flu has broken out in 49 countries. Our efforts to contain them have all been shut down. We were on the verge of ending HIV, TB, and malaria. This has all ended with this pause. It is a gift to our enemies and competitors. Well, that interview happened on Fox News. So, again, Jody, it feels like, in initial polling and just, interviews and whatever, that there is it's the top search being people who regret they voted for Trump, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I don't know if you can quantitate. I'm sure, I don't know if the polling, what the, because it's only been 2 weeks,
right.
So I don't know if it's kicked in yet entirely.
We tried to warn them.
We did. Oh, we did try to warn you.
We did.
You were warned. We tried to tell you.
We tried to tell them.
Yeah.
We did.
Tried to tell you. Remotely in the ballpark of what's the fembot's name? Caroline Levitt. What is she? She's 27. Jesus. Doesn't she look like a fembot?
She does. She could be your granddaughter.
Shut up. There's nothing, the actual financial records present anything remotely in the ballpark of Levitt's claim. There was a similar amount spent for contraceptive health worldwide, but nothing to Gaza and no condoms sent anywhere in the Middle East. That didn't stop Trump supporters like Jesse Waters, Fox News, from repeating the claim. Trump himself cited the unfounded number again last week and added a new element, claiming the condoms were being used by Hamas to make bombs. What?
How? What in a condom allows you to make a bomb?
Trump
you don't know?
Trump
You don't
made
know?
the comments in response to like you don't know. He made the comment in response to a reporter's question about why it was important for Musk to have access to the payment systems at Treasury. And Trump said, well, he's got access only to letting people go that he thinks are no good if we agree with him. And it's only if we agree with him. He's a very talented guy from the standpoint of management and costs. And so we put in charge of seeing what he can do with certain groups and certain numbers. The numbers, I mean, some of the numbers are horrible, what he's found. Think of it, $100 million in condoms to Musk. This is what he does. He just makes stuff up. So not only do we not send $50 million of condoms, now it's $100 million. That's a lot of condoms, by the way. And I say that as
that's a lot.
Lady that's never even used one, but yeah, okay.
Not even in the parking lot of KBC?
No, nothing happened in the parking lot of KBC except makeout session.
Ooh, steamy.
Pam in New Hampshire.
Oh, there's a story.
Oh, yeah.
Don't drag Bella into mommy's past. Pam in New Hampshire. Hello.
Hi, Stephanie. Riley Gaines is finding out because her husband's getting deported and she spent tens of thousands of dollars. He's getting deported back to England. So good for her.
We need a around and find out dance. Jingle, something. Rocky Mountain Mike, help mommy. Okay. There's going to be a news story every single day, isn't there? Dear God. Okay, 45 minutes after the hour, this portion of the show. There's been some pushback on keep the government and too. Suck. Jody Hamilton's home. It's Chris who said of tariffs. I'm not concerned. We might have a little short term, a little pain. People understand it.
Scrooge McDuck.
No. Oh, that was close, though. That was good. Yeah, Donald Trump just said that. That was his let 'em eat cake moment. Yeah. Yeah. Suck it up, everybody. Who said before the election, they aren't going to have higher prices?
Oh, Darkwing Duck.
No, it was also Mango Mussolini. Okay. Wow. This is the kind of gaslighting. There was he tweeted a Fox News clip of Mark Levin, which was titled, Democrats are shredding the Constitution. He said, Democrats are purposely delaying virtually all my nominees. If George Washington and Abraham Lincoln were nominated for a position, the Democrats would take it to the last moment before having to approve. Yes, Pete Hegseth and Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi, almost exactly Abraham Lincoln. Is Tulsi Gabbard really going to get in too?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is where we're at. They're putting what they know is a Russian
Which
asset.
means nobody's going to share any information with us anymore.
Like Frank Figliuzzi told us earlier today, we're in a national security crisis for so many reasons. DOJ, FBI, Tulsi Gabbard, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. I mean, oh my God. Okay. So listen, push back, as we've been saying. Get loud, get louder. Be a citizen journalist. Call and write your representatives. Hakeem Jeffries issued a key demand on Monday as the March 14th government funding headline approaches, saying Trump's recent federal funding freeze must be choked off as part of a bipartisan deal to keep the government open, if not sooner. I mean, he got stopped not by just a judge, but by outcry.
Yep.
And Republicans backing down. So we got to use their cowardice against them, right? Yeah. Okay. Like, for instance, there's been some pushback on Fox News, Chris. What has happened?
Rich people don't want to lose money, and this is going to lose them money.
Is that legal?
Booby McBooberson from Boobtown, Maria Bartiromo.
With her side eyes.
Hi, I'm Maria Bartiromo.
She's a flounder.
She's a flounder.
She is a flounder. Her eyes are entirely too far apart.
They are.
Not to be a mean girl.
But
I just wanted to make Bella laugh. Okay. J.D. Vance was cornered on Fox News by the aforementioned flounder. Stop. Are you doing flounder eyes? Okay. After he claimed that his Democratic predecessors ordered the FAA not to hire white people. Okay.
What?
Even she pushed back. Bartiromo, hello, I'm Maria Bartiromo. Said, do you have any evidence that any of those hires that were there at the control Wednesday night were DEI hires? He didn't, of course, have any of it. He said, this is not saying the person who was at the controls is a DEI hire, he said, but let's just say, first of all, we should investigate everything. Okay, so you're completely full of, is what you're as Pete Buttigieg, nobody, they never said you can't hire white people. Of
course not.
That's, okay. Yeah, this was, this is just, it's such a big, stupid stack. Gets bigger every day.
I'm sorry.
Trump also admitted he doesn't know if race or gender played a role in the D.C. air crash, seconds after signing a presidential memo saying that DEI, blaming DEI, because he did it with a Sharpie, it must be true, right? Trump held a signing ceremony in the Oval Office for a memorandum entitled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety that explicitly connected the air disaster with DEI. I mean, this is the kind of gaslighting we're getting, right? Like J.D. Vance is like, oh, dear leader, he's stopped all that. So, I see, the air crash is a good thing. Now Donald Trump is in charge. This is what they're going to do, claim victory on these ridiculous trade wars where, again, how many times can we say this morning, he got the exact same deals with Canada and Mexico that Biden already negotiated. Right. He didn't win anything. He's the worst negotiator in the world. He's just going to bluster and bully and threaten, and this is what it's going to be like. They're oh my God, can you imagine they're laughing their asses off at him? Okay. Oh, how about this? I just saved this because this is just fantastic. Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, bless his heart.
Oh. He said Trump knows aviation because he flies a lot.
What?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
He said he's a leader, but he's saying, he also knows a lot about travel. He buys planes, right?
What?
He's been flying a plane. Been flying a plane since the 80s. He hasn't been.
Not. He's not John Travolta.
He actually knows pilots. They become his friends. Oh my God!
I know pilots. What does that mean?
He's also been in choppers constantly because the.
Oh my God!
This is.
I know politicians. That doesn't mean I am a politician.
I know Dr. Redletter. I'm just going to say I'm a doctor now.
Well, didn't he say because he lived near MIT?
I'm going to be
like them.
Lily Tomlin now. You'd be like, I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. Piss off. I'm a doctor. Yeah. I talked to Dr. Redletter every Thursday. How am I not a doctor?
Yeah, piss off.
You talk to lawyers on Fridays. I mean, all these things.
John Duffy.
Director
right,
Sean Duffy. Was it his experience on Road Rules that qualified him to be the head of trade?